Hello. I think I'm live. Please tell me in the comments if I'm live. I am very concerned about the fact that there's no one to talk to, so I'm hoping I am live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first ever Patreon sprints. I'm very, very excited. I am excited to speak to all of you. Two things in general. Number one, I may not click on every single comment. I am awful at multitasking. So if I don't click on your comment, sorry. Also, not all of them come through on StreamYard, so they sometimes just get missed. But I make no promises to click on every comment. I know some people like to know that. And two, I don't have any topics in mind to talk about in all of these chatty bits. So shoot questions, bring up topics, whatever. Completely up to you, because we have time to fill, and I don't know how to fill time without people to chat to. So we'll see how that goes. I'm probably going to go, I don't know how long we're going to go for, to somewhere between 11 and 12. Not exactly sure, just because it's been a long day. So we'll see how long I manage to keep going for. Also, thank you for telling me I'm live. Thank you very much. How am I doing today? I am good. I've had not the best day. Also, ignore the fact my hair is wet. I may have washed it and then couldn't bother to dry it, so it's wet. I've not had the best day. It's not been too bad, but I got hit with a really bad wave of dizziness and nausea, like mid-morning, which persisted till like 4 p.m., which was not ideal for trying to do work, especially as I work with multiple screens and like often I'm emailing on my phone and stuff as well. So I'm like looking between 3 screens and oh my God, not good for dizziness. Was not fun. Hello, 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 hello. How's work been this week? It's been okay. It's been all right. It was very intimidating on Monday coming back, having been off for 2 weeks, because I was sort of like, I don't know what work's gonna be. It may have all completely changed. I also am still tired, so I didn't know how it was going to go, but it's been good. It's actually been quite good to be back. It was getting more stressful being off as time went on, so I'm glad that it's not been longer. Not looking forward to the commute next week though. I will admit I've quite liked working from home this week. It's been very pleasant, so yay, going back to a like 5-hour commute next week. Hey. Hello. Honestly, I've mentioned this before. I have no rights to have hair as long as I do. I say I attack it with heat. I don't as much anymore because now I'm trying to get it to do its natural waving. So I just like put some curl cream in it and leave it. But normally I attack it with heat and bleach it. So it shouldn't be long and nice, but it seems to survive. I don't know how, but I'm going to go with it because I like it. So no idea. What's everyone reading? I really want to know. And also, once we've got through what you guys are reading, I need to know what book I'm reading next. And I mentioned in the Discord, for anyone that's not in the Discord, I was going to say it's linked down below. I don't think it is, but I can send you a link if you need it. But for anyone who was in the Discord, you will know that you guys are choosing my next read. I have quite a few more books I need to read this week. I'm doing a specific video, and when I show you the options, you'll probably be able to guess what the video is. And I have no preference for which one I read next. So you guys are choosing for me because I really don't know which one I want to read. Yeah, so shout what you are all reading, which you probably are. I think the comments are very delayed on StreamYard. And then we will show options for what I can read. And oh, there we go. Suddenly I've got a whole list of books being read. God, the comments are so slow on StreamYard. Jumper looks cozy. Honestly, it's huge and I love it. Just my favorite thing. Reading Sanctuary. I don't think I've heard of that one. I've heard of a book called Sanctuary by V.V. James, but that's obviously different. Silver Flames and Diamond Painting. Nice. Actor Age. Oh, please just message me as you go. I'm just obsessed with this book. Of course, Silver Flames and Once Future Witches. I have a strong preference which one of those you should read, considering I love Once Future Witches. Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. Amazing. Reread that last month and I love it. Starting off working on my book Broken Legend for at least the first sprint, and then going to read Lies by Michael Grant. I never read that series. I remember Gone being like one of the big YA dystopians back in the days of Divergent and all of that, but I never got around to reading that one, I don't think. I may have read the first one. I don't remember. I had it for a long time, but I don't think I ever read it. Reading The Midnight Lie, maybe also editing a video. Editing is always a good way to spend sprints, though also reading's great. And I'm pretty sure The Midnight Lie is sapphic, so, you know. Reading Truthwitch, nice. I'm going to be reading that in a week or two, probably the week after Bookopalathon, so like a week and a half from now is probably when I'm going to read Truthwitch, but we'll see. Starting rereading King of Scars, that is completely fair. I 100% would need to reread it to read Rule of Wolves. Part of me kind of can't be bothered to read Rule of Wolves. Like, I'm sure I will, but I've just lost the hype for that series between King of Scars coming out and then Rule of Wolves. King of Scars came out soon enough after I had read Grisha and Six of Crows that I was like, oh my god, I can't wait. And then I didn't love it. It's really the weakest in the series so far for me. So I don't know if it was quite the weakest. I was just really confused. So I have lost my momentum in that series, but I'll probably continue with Rule of Wolves someday. Don't know when. Reading Jade City, very, very nice. I need to read that one. Chain of Iron, Humans by Matt Haig, House on Cerulean Sea. Yes, good choice. One by One. I don't think I've heard of that one. Akhtar, nice. Crown of Midnight. Oh, no, Chain of Gold. I'm not at Iron yet. I couldn't tell you the difference. I know very little about the Cassie Clare books, having read 1.5. I've read the first one about 5 times, and I've read the first half of the second one about 3 times, and never continued. So maybe one day, we'll see. Reading from Blood and Ash, and a huge diamond painting. So start an audiobook. I don't know what to pick. I am awful with audiobook recommendations because I have successfully listened to one audiobook in my entire life, and I've not even finished it yet. I'm now from the end, and it's non-fiction, which is probably not your cup of tea. But if anyone is interested, the audiobook for Invisible Women by Caroline Criado Perez is phenomenal and hugely enlightening, and slightly terrifying about how women are just erased from society. So it's a good audiobook if anyone wants to read it, but I understand that non-fiction is not for everyone. It wasn't for me, but I'm enjoying this one. Under the Whispering Door, You're Coming for me. I want to read that book so bad. You're so lucky to have an arc of that. Dark Horse Star, nice. And then Eve Brown, yes. Becca is diamond painting and watching Vampire Diaries, very nice. But when I'm done, I'll read Resistor, yeah, nice. Winter's Orbit by Rena Maxwell, really excited for that one as well. Currently reading Battle Royale. Yeah, the middle was so slow. So slow. Yes, I have. I've read Daisy Jones and the Six, maybe in another life. I've read her short book, Evidence of the Affair. I'm trying to remember which ones I've read and which ones I haven't. I've read a couple others. One True Loves is the other one I've read. So I've read like 4 of her books in a novella. I want to read After I Do, and there's another one. I can't remember what it's called. 88 Pages into Eve Brown. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like, it's such a fun, like, quirky book that you need to read it when you're like ready to just sit and giggle and feel the lightheartedness. So I think that's a good move. Oh, Full of Cold. No, that's so annoying. And yeah, can't get on with audiobooks. Literally the same. Like, I can get away with it for non-fiction, but I feel like I can get away with that because if you miss a sentence, like, you don't miss anything that important. Whereas in a story, I don't feel like I do well with it. Though I am considering, because I have really enjoyed listening to this on audio, I am considering giving Traitor's Blade a go on audio because Steph raves about it and I struggle to get into it. I would probably read along with the audio, but I might give it a go. I do also have the Daisy Jones and the Six audiobook, which I've been meaning to listen to for years and have started 3 times and never finished. So I might try that one again, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I listen to short books and audio and still can't comprehend. Yeah. Oh, so that you can still comprehend story. I cannot read. Maybe I do need audiobooks so I can actually read something. You need to read After I Do. It's probably my favorite. Which one is that? I'm awful. I don't think I've read that one. Sorry, just Googling. It's more awkward to Google things when you don't have other people to talk. I don't know which one this is, but I probably love it. I've loved all of her. I think I've 5-starred not Taylor Jenkins Reid, Evelyn Hugo was a 5-star. I think the rest have all been 4s, but I really enjoyed all of them. If not, it was over 10 hours. I'm like, nope. I think that's the same for me. Like, I know I can read a book quicker than that, and I know I could speed up audio, but still. Right. I need you guys to choose my next read. So we have 5 options. And basically, I'm going to go through each of them. I can give synopses if you want, though my synopses will be vague because I've obviously not read any of these. But please choose one in the comments. I will try and count as best I can and get for one like gets most votes. I'm hoping it's just like a landslide in one direction, then I don't need to count, but we will see. Just quickly. Oh, comments are coming through. I hate StreamYard. Audiobook. Oh, we did that one. Chinese on the way. Very nice. Yeah, I've got up to listening at 1.7 times. My problem is I don't have many hobbies that don't require thought. So like all I do in my free time is edit and other like quite thought intensive things. Like I have a few things I can do whilst watching TV, but not many, hence why I never watch TV. So it's difficult. Sorry I'm late. You're not late. And also thank you very much for joining. Loved the Daisy Jones. Yeah, I agree with this for what I read. I struggled because all the men's voices sound the same to me. Yeah. That's fair. That's interesting though. I like that. And I enjoy the physical act of reading. Yeah, I completely agree with this. And I don't think I'd read faster on audio. I think I'd actually read slower. But I don't know. Anyway, books for you to choose from. So there are 5. There is The Empress of Salt and Fortune by Guy Vaux. All Systems Red, the first Murderbot book by Martha Wells. Fireheart Tiger by Aliette de Bodard. Silver in the Wood by Emily Tesh. And The Black God's Drums by Jelly Clark. I will hold them all up so that you guys can see them all, so you can remember your options. But please vote in the comments. Why can't I get these to line up nicely? There we go. Please vote. Yeah, there we go. Oh God, I'm trying to hold them and click on comments at the same time. Oh, this is a recipe for disaster. There we go. Yeah, in case you couldn't guess what my video might be, I think I've just given it away. Okay, I've got 2 Fireheart Tigers. We've got an All Systems Red. Okay. What else? Oh, 3 Fireheart Tigers. Oh my God, 3 Fireheart Tigers. Tiger. Oh, that's a lot of. Oh no. Okay, that's a lot of comments. Oh dear. I should have got some paper to do a tally. I didn't think this through. I really should have got some paper to write this down. So we've got Fireheart Tiger, 3. Okay, we've got 4 Fireheart Tigers. Oh gosh, this is not going to go well for me. 4 Fireheart Tigers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for All Systems Red. Okay, so Fireheart Tiger is out. I say I'm sad about it. I'd be sad about not reading any of these, hence why I'm reading them all this week. Oh my God, I did not come up with a good plan for doing this, did I? Silver in the Wood. Okay, so Silver in the Wood's got 3. I mean, also, as I said, I'm reading all of these this week and they'll all be in the same vlog. So, you know, I will read them all. It's just which one I'm doing tonight. Also, thank you for helping me out here. It's very needed. Emphasis on Fortune. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think there's 6 for these 2, and then I think there's only been 3 for Black God's Drums. So that one's out. Right. If anyone can do a sense check for which one of these got more votes and let me know. Chloe, you are honestly doing so much for me. Right. This was originally my plan, but I ran into a problem that I wanted to do a video basically testing, do I like novellas? Because I've loved a lot of them. And I was like, do I like all of them? Let's find out. But then I also obviously want to vlog the Copplathon and I didn't want them to be the same video. So I was like, you know what? Why not just read all the short books I own before the weekend where they'd be really useful? I'm not sure it was wise, but it's what I've done. I don't think Fire High Tiger did win unless I counted wrong. So there were loads of All Systems Red. I can only see 3 or 4 for Fire High Tiger. I can see like 7 for All Systems Red, maybe. Basically, I'll read one. Oh my god, I feel bad now. I did not plan this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, All Systems Red's definitely won. Oh, see, I've counted that the other way around. How is everyone getting different numbers? Oh no. I think people for All Systems Red might be missing when people say Murderbot. So I think Murderbot won. So we're gonna go with that. Yeah, I feel like this is sarcastic and that's very fair. It's definitely not a wise option, but we're doing it anyway. Right, okay. That was more chaotic than I expected, but I'll be reading All Systems Red by Martha Wells. I'm excited. I think this is actually the longest of all the books, which is not ideal, but that's fine. I do have not much else to do today, so that's fine. Anyone else come for a maths lesson? I didn't mean to. I do apologize. We could just vote between the two. You could, but I think All Systems Red won, and honestly, I don't want to do that counting again. That just seems like not a good idea. Also don't have plans to save short books. Yeah, I mean, my plan for Bookoplathon as it stands is to do what I did last time and try and read 4 books. So I'm going to double up on the prompts, and I try to double up like for each throw. So like the first rolls that are dropped, I have to put those 2 together. I can't like switch, but we'll see if that happens. So my plan for the first ones, because it's dark cover and fantasy, is I'm going to read from Blood and Ash, which is very long. So I'm going to read like 300 pages before the weekend and then read the last 200 on Saturday at like midnight. So we'll see how that goes. Every Heart a Doorway. This is one of my favorite series of all time. I adore it. I just read the 6th book on Monday, but you know, I would recommend it. I think it's great. I think this is it. I think I've got a list of 5 or 6 books I could read. So I've got Mari and the Night Brothers. I have Watch Over Me by Nina LaCour. I have Midnight Library by Matt Haig. I've also got quite a few graphic novels just lurking in my flat. I can't remember what else I've got on my list, but I've kind of got books that I think I could read in a timely manner that are ones that I want to read in the near-ish future. So I'll just see what fits prompts. I think any of them other than Watch Over Me could fit for the first prompt, but I'm going to do From Blood and Ash because I'm stupid. That's brave. I respect that. Anyone who tries to read 8 books in 2 days has my full respect. Good luck. Let us know how that goes. Read all the Grisha books. I like that. This is a solid move. Yeah, good luck with that. Monsters Volume 5, very nice. Oh, interesting. I sort of assumed it'd be quite a quick read. I don't know, might be wrong. I'm hoping it's a quick read, so I'm going to need it to be. Waking Gods for Dark Cover, very nice. And yeah, read them beforehand. Very good plan. Hello, this is Steph. Don't have a plan. Fair. You literally have all the tools to make a full plan. But, you know. Where can I find the Discord on the Patreon page? It should be in the email you get. So you should get an email like a few minutes or maybe delayed, I don't know, after you sign up. And in that should be the Discord link. If you don't get it, just message me on Patreon and I can send it to you. I've done that for a couple people. Yeah, you're mad, Steph. Good luck to you. I mean, we're doing the first, not first, but like 8 hours right near the beginning together. So we'll see how you do with that. And you're one with my March TBR. I'm doing really well with my March TBR actually. And I'm super excited for the graveyard shift. I'm trying to have a bit of a think of like if I want to do anything fun. I originally thought like some kind of drinking games, but I can't work out how to do that virtually. But I'm having a think because I feel like we need to do something funny because it's the middle of the night. I also completely volunteered for graveyard shift. Like literally when Becca first mentioned the idea to a couple of us, or I don't know who knew about it first, but like when I first heard about it, she said, I want to do this thing, but who the hell's going to take a 4 a.m. shift? And I was like, I'll take a 4 a.m. shift. Why not? It sounds fun. Interesting. I'm really intrigued to give it a go. Gonna play it around for 2 days. Mood. Yeah, I don't know why it comes through an email, just where it seems to be. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. If I read 4 books in the weekend, that'll be a miracle. And one of them will probably be a graphic novel. So I'm not going to say, if I've done them all, I'll add graphic novels. I won't do them all. We'll see how it goes. Right. It is 20 past. Oh my God, there's so many comments. I don't want to sprint. We are indeed Fabulous Graveyard Shift and then Earlier Shift. I'm excited. I'm just hyped to be involved, honestly. Like, Bookopthon's just the best thing. Right, it is 20 past. We should probably sprint instead of this just turning into a chatty live show, because we will do those at some point, I'm sure. But I need to read. You'll need to read. Let's do this. There's a Pris. Hello. I get so distracted by the chat. Do we want to do, I was going to say 40 minutes, the hour. It'll be a bit late then. Do we want to do like 45 minutes, 40 minutes? How are people feeling? Probably won't do full hour sprints. Because I'll pass out if I do an hour. I'm so tired. But I can do like 40, 45 minutes, or we can go a bit shorter for the first one if people want to. Let me know what people are feeling. Hoping mangas can fit all the prompts, honestly. I feel that. 45, 45, 45. Okay, I apologize if you want to go watch your film or write, or I don't know what you're doing today. What, are you watching a film? You watching more films? If anyone doesn't know, I made Pris watch How to Train Your Dragon yesterday, and I broke her. So, you know, also for anyone who hasn't read that too, watched the How to Train Your Dragon films, do it. They're phenomenal, and you will cry. Right, lots of 45s. So 45 it is. We'll go at 25 past. It won't get us to a fully nice number. It'll get us to a nice-ish number. What will that get us to? Mental maths, it's just like 10 past. That's close enough, and could fit a manga for every prompt. So for those of you looking for fitting mangas in, it's definitely possible. So hopefully you can make it work. I'm excited. I really want to know what the other prompts are, because last time I was doing really well and like fitting all the prompts I wanted in and making it all work. And it was all going great. I was using like short books and all this. And then thriller came up and I got so stuck. I don't have thrillers. And even if I did, there'd be like 400 pages. And oh my God, it just ruined my plan. And it was like one of the last ones, I think. So I'm hoping this one goes a bit better. Fingers crossed. True. Toothless is indeed the best. Oh, yes. I remember you watching Shrek. Yes, I remember. You have mentioned this. I just have the memory of a sieve, as we all know. I remember nothing. I forgot it was Thursday all day today, and then suddenly remembered that my sprints were tonight because it was Thursday, and I was like, oops. No. I'm doing it properly, Becca. I appreciate that, but I am so committing to doing this properly. And also, I love like sitting on the Twitter, or I don't know if it's going on Twitter or lives first, whichever one, but I love sitting there like, what's next? It's so much fun. I want to participate. I'm down. Yeah, I really want to be in every single sprint, as in like watching every single person for at least a little bit. But I would put money on at some point, I would be like, I'll have an hour-long nap and wake up 8 hours later and have missed people. There's like no question that that will happen. It will not happen for mine because I just won't sleep like from Becca's, and I'm obviously going to watch the kickoff. I'll just stay awake, watch Becca's from 12, and then stay on Steph's till the next 12. So I'll have like 12 hours solid. That might kill me. So yeah, I'll definitely be awake for my own ones, but might sleep through others. We'll see. Right. It is 25 past, so I guess we should probably do the first sprint. I think it is sprinting time. So I will be back in 45 minutes. I'm literally just going to sit and read my book. I'm not going to go anywhere. See you all then. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm worried I'm going to scare everyone and screw it, I have a middle part now. How did everyone do? How's everyone getting on? How many pages did you manage? Are you enjoying your books? Let me know. I got to page 64, but I think it started on like page 7. So I guess I did like 54 pages ish, which I'm pretty happy with in a 45-minute sprint. I do find novellas are often quite quick. I really want to get through all of this tonight if I can. To be honest, I am almost halfway. I'm like 10 pages off halfway, so I don't see any reason I can't get through it. So fingers crossed I manage that. Just waiting for all the comments to come through. Hello, thank you for joining, and to everyone, I realized I didn't actually say it at the beginning, so I just jumped right in. Thank you so much for joining my Patreon. So thank you. What is everyone doing? Oh, Harriet needs help picking the next book. Bone Season by Samantha Strand or Dragon Keeper. I would say Bone Season just because I've not read the other one, but generally everyone loves Robin Hobb, so you know. I am getting through it pretty quickly. It's definitely quite quick. I feel like most novellas don't have that much text on a page because they're quite small books anyway, and they have really wide margins. At least tall novellas, so maybe that's why. Chloe, so oh my god, my brain is gone. I see the Brown Sisters and my brain does Chloe. So 88 pages. Oh, I mean, honestly, yeah, Talia Hibbert books are so quick and it's amazing. 25 pages, 20 pages left of Dosab. Exciting. Good luck with the end of that book. It's a lot. Had a late lunch, read about 4 pages. Nice. I'm probably gonna have to try and eat in one of the sprints. I was like, it's fine. I don't need to eat dinner. I'm hungry. I'm probably gonna have to use one of the sprints to cook because I'm quite hungry. Didn't read, watched Drag Race. That's a very, very good use of your time though. 30 pages. Very, very nice. Nearly halfway through Akkus. I'm gonna start Once and Future Witches. Yay! I'm so excited for you. It's such a good book. 36 pages, and you have the last 10 minutes and read 7 pages. That's quick though for Red Sister because you're finding it quite slow before, I think. Only 20 pages, but had a great time. 27. Got her late but chapter City of Brass. That's impressive. I found City of Brass really quite slow to get through, so I'm impressed by that. Watch lecture and got 100 on a quiz. Very nice, impressive. 56 pages. Intrigued so far and know who we're supposed to think is the killer, but I'm not buying it. Intriguing. Just finished Evelyn Hugo and cried like 3 times. This is such a mood. I read the last 50 pages of this book whilst on sprints, and I literally cried 3 times in the last 50 pages. The end of that book is just torture. 45 pages. Very nice, Jade. Spent the first 15 minutes catching up on Corpile. There were 26 pages. Very nice. 56 of Night Shadow. I really need to get back to that series. I really do. Put down my hair and finished Infinity Sun. Very nice. Played Animal Crossing. Very nice. And 3%. As always, you're all killing it. Yeah, I'm very impressed. Ooh, here we go. Read Dosab for the first time last summer, but couldn't continue on at the time. I'm so glad I decided to reread. Yes, I feel this. I read it for the first time much longer ago than this. It was like 3 years ago now. I first read the series and I loved it so much and thought I remembered quite a lot until I went to reread it and realized I remembered nothing. I remembered a decent bit of the first book. I remembered nothing of the second 2. Like, they're so good and so detailed. Just amazing. What are you reading, Jade? I feel like I should know this, but I don't know what Jade's reading. Jade, let us know what you're reading. Because I cannot remember. I'm sure you've probably already said it, haven't you? When you joined. Or are you doing a thing so you're not telling anyone you're reading? Who knows? I'm not going to find it scrolling back through comments. What's Dosab? It's Daughter of Smoke and Bone by Laini Taylor. That's what Dosab is. My hair looks so curly. Yeah, this is what my hair is meant to be like. This is my, I say natural hair. It's obviously got curl cream in it because it's too heavy to hold its own curl. But yeah, it's like beach wavy, slightly curly. It just never holds this once it dries. Though it's doing a pretty good job of it today. We'll see how it looks tomorrow. Normally by the time I wake up, it looks like a mess. Jade is deficit weird not being part of the sprints. We all come and go. Like, I'm sure they are very content just watching. It's a lot, doing a lot of lies. I know Jade did a lot last week and probably wants a bit of a break. I knew you were reading Silver Flames. I don't know why I had forgotten that, but I absolutely knew that. I don't know why. Think you're going to start bone season in the next sprint. Good shout, good shout. Yeah, there we go. Yours with Becca last night, Steph? I thought Becca did some with Cody yesterday. What day is it? I have no idea. What non-bookish things am I hoping to do this year? It's a very hard question given the state of the world right now. The UK does supposedly have a schedule for opening back up, but at the same time that may or may not happen, and even if it does, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the best decision to do things at those times. So in terms of what I can do, it's very limited. So most of my aims for the year are bookish things, and then just surviving work and getting to grips with my job, because I only started it a couple months ago. So I don't really know other than that. I definitely want to get back on with my fitness. The one thing I really want to do is get back to boxing. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. I did boxing for a year and loved it, and then lockdown happened and I had to stop. So I really want to get back to boxing, but obviously that requires there not being a pandemic. So we'll see if that happens. But fingers crossed. Yes, apologies, Steph. We're all calling you out. See, this is the thing. Although lives are great fun, they are quite a lot of effort, because you're basically performing and being happy for however many hours you go for, which often with our lives can be anywhere from 4 to 8, 9, 10 hours. So they are quite tiring. So breaks are necessary. Half little sprints. Me too. I don't know if I watched any sprints on Monday. Oh, I watched Gav's on Monday. So I watched Gav on Monday. I watched Steph and Becca on Tuesday. I watched Cody and Becca yesterday. Sprints are the best. I just spend every single day watching sprints. Yeah. Becca's said a few times she's going into hibernation next week before Bokoplathon, which is a good move. I'm not planning to do Patreon sprints during the week next week, to be honest. I'll probably be doing the same of just surviving and then Bokoplathon. And obviously I won't be doing Sunday sprints next week because there's Bokoplathon lives going on, so I will not be doing mine. Cool. When do people want to sprint next? How long do people want the next sprint to be? Do we want to keep it the same? Do we want to make it longer, shorter, whatever? Anyone have any questions? Anything? Basically, I'm using you all to give me things to talk about. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna chat. I don't really have much to say. It's all just, I do not a lot at the moment. I do work, and then I have my evenings where I normally read and watch lives. I have, instead of watching lives, I've been binging the High School Musical films. I watched the third one on Monday. I am now working on a rewatch of the TV show, High School Musical, the musical, the series. Still a stupid title. Still love it. But yeah, that's kind of all I'm doing at the moment. I have a lot of videos I need to film, because if I'm going for another week at work next week, I need to have some videos pre-filmed. So I need to do lots of filming, but that's a weekend job. That's not a weeknight job, because I'm way too tired. So yeah, that's sort of what's going on with me at the moment. Not very exciting. My life is quite repetitive at the moment, especially with not many places to go. I don't know how you all do it, to be fair. I will admit, the first couple times you do sprints, it's quite intimidating because you feel very watched. You then completely forget you're on camera. And every so often I'll be doing something and then I'll be like, wait, people can see me. So it's not too bad, but it is more tiring than just obviously sitting and reading by yourself. Don't think you would read Silver Flames on camera. Oh, is it that steamy then? Maybe 40 minutes at 20 past. Yeah, that's now. I don't want to go through a couple of the comments, but probably if anyone has any other suggestions, we could just do 40 minutes for the next one, or we can just do 45 at 25 again and just have it awkwardly off kilter, which is honestly the vibe. We're going to disappear at some point. That's absolutely fine. I hope you have a nice time. Why do I work so far away from my flat? So basically the work I do, my company do have a headquarters in Oxford, but we don't work there. That's literally just for HR. That's not for us, because the work we do is project based. And so we work wherever our client works. We go to our client to complete all of our work. So at the moment, it's not international. It's just UK. They're looking into it becoming international and like Europe and stuff eventually. Also been a bit stopped by the pandemic. But our clients can be anywhere in the UK. And so depending what project you put on, that's where you have to go to work. But projects can last anywhere from a few weeks to a few months to up to like a year. It's rare for a project to go longer than that. The one I'm on has actually kind of been running for way longer than that, but in like lots of small projects that all interlink. It's a weird one, but it's actually been running for a decade now. It's been going a really long time. My part of it's only been running since like November though, and I joined in January. And I joined my team in February. So currently the project I'm on is really, really far up north, but due to there not being like a central place, you can choose to live wherever in the country you want, which works really well for people because like a lot of people choose to live in London. A lot of people choose to stay near their family, and it means you can move whenever you want. You're not limited by your job, which is quite nice. But it does mean if the project you're put on is nowhere near you, you have one hell of a big commute and you have to live away from home. And they don't take into account where you live much when choosing what project you fit on because it's just too awkward. So like even if you live way down south and there's a project running down south, you could still be putting on a project that's way up north, because they just have to put the right people on the right projects at the right time. So as I said, I'm currently working way up north. I live in Birmingham, so pretty central in the country, which is pretty good for this kind of job where you have to travel a lot. But it does mean I have a 4.5 hour, 5 hour commute on a Monday morning. I then stay in a hotel or wherever all week. And then at the moment I'm traveling back on Thursdays. It might return to traveling back on Fridays at some point, kind of post pandemic. But for now, I'm traveling on Thursdays and Mondays. So I have to do like a 5 hour commute twice a week. And it's not too bad. I go on the train. So if it's within work hours, I will work. If it's outside of work hours, and I work, I'll work. If not, I can read or go on my phone, whatever. So it's not too bad, but it is a lot of travel. And the frustrating thing is that you don't get to live at home all week. So it does make it more awkward, especially as I edit on my PC, not on a laptop. So editing has to be done out on weekends. It's a very long answer to a not that interesting, not that like deep question. I'm sorry. Sprints are basically the only way I read. I can read without them, and I do read without them. But what I find is when I sit down to start reading, it normally takes me like 2 to 3 hours to actually open my book, and sprints normally minimizes that. Like I'll feel guilty if I'm on my phone for more than one sprint. So I'll be on my phone for like an hour and then I'll read. So it's a bit quicker to get started. Jade has hit the smart. 45 at 25. Yeah, we'll go with that. When you do these lives, do you use laptop's webcam to film it? I have a webcam which I use, which is separate. I plug it into my laptop. The only reason I got that is because I often stream from my PC, which doesn't have a webcam, so I needed to buy one, but it's much nicer quality than my laptop webcam, so I just use it for my laptops as well now. I am currently working with 2 laptops because I bought a brand new one less than a month ago, and it's basically completely broken. So I'm back on the old one today, very frustratingly. Got a new swanky laptop and it's died, so I'm looking on getting that fixed. But yeah, I was going to try and pull it off and show you. I always do this. If I take it off there, you won't be able to see it because it's the camera. But yeah, I have a separate Logitech webcam, but most people I think just use their laptop ones. Yeah, this I do at least prefer that it's like we're at one client for quite a long time, so you learn your commute, you learn the area. Non-COVID times, you like get to know everyone else on the project, so you can like have a big social life there as well as at home. It's obviously a bit more boring at the moment because you go home to your hotel room and you're not allowed to see anyone, obviously. So it's not great, but I prefer that to like traveling to different client sites every week. So it's not too bad. Up north, it's my local. I went to uni up north, so not too dissimilar to me. Friend of mine's the exact same kind of job. It's definitely quite stressful, but the result of all these different projects is very varied work, which is exactly why I wanted this kind of job, is I like a big variety in what I'm doing. So it's good for me. I'd love a job with travel. Yeah, that's the thing. The one thing I'd say with business travel, it's not glamorous. It is not glamorous. You stay in okay hotels in often not very interesting places because it's often industrial. So like it's not as glamorous as it would seem. You're not missing out that much. If it was like traveling to America and stuff, that'd be cool. Traveling to the north is not quite as exciting, I will admit. Right, it is 25 past, so we should probably sprint again. Apologies if I come and vanish and come and go a bit in the sprint, but I'm probably going to try and cook whilst doing some reading. So I will see you all in 45 minutes. Good luck with your reading. Hello. Hello, everyone. Just trying to do that as quietly as I can because I know how horrible it is to jump. How much did I read? I read about 4 pages of Murderbot because I was cooking. I have had my tea though, so I'm happy. But then I listened to, I think, about 30, 40 minutes of my audiobook because I have it on 1.7 times speed. So I listened to about 30, 40 minutes of that. And I also was working on some bookmark designs for, I don't even know what my tiers are called, book browsers and dart attackers, I think. Yeah, I've been working on bookmark designs for the first bookmark for that. 5 stars for Dosab, correct. And yeah, I can see why you want to go straight into Days of Love and Starlight. In terms of being back in a couple hours, I know you're probably gone by now. I imagine we'll probably do 2 more sprints on like the same schedule we've been on, so 25 past to 10 past, because why the hell not? Probably do 2 more at that chat for a bit and then end at like 25 past 11-ish, because I want to get to bed not too late. So I don't know if that will be before you're back, and you're not even seeing this. So anyway, another 58 of Eve Brown. I hope you're loving it. So that's been crying at an episode of House. That's very fair. And like reading isn't an everyday thing. Some days it's just not a thing, and that's completely fine. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. If you want to watch TV, watch TV. 38 pages of Once and Future Witches. Very nice. I just love that book so much. I want to reread it so bad. Read nothing. Understandable. I relate to that. Swapped books to the Fire Chronicle and read 60 pages. Very nice. Read another chapter and got past her. Nice. 25 pages, just over 100 pages left. Oh, nice. You're getting through that. You'll get that done really soon. Ooh, should be able to finish the Henna Wars tonight. Exciting. I've heard really good things about that book. I'm very intrigued by it. Changed to my audio, read 50 pages, A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. Oh, the amount I want to read that series. I've always been quite interested in it, and I am planning to read it at some point for sure, but I don't know when. Sometime this year, hopefully. But then I read Psalm of the Wild Built yesterday, which is her new novella, which comes out in a few months, and I adored it. So my want to read the series has greatly increased, and I'm excited. 24 pages. Now it's page 250. Is that like almost halfway? I don't actually know how long Acts is. I think it's about halfway. 35 pages of Chloe Brown. Every reading Talia Hibbert books is just making me so happy. It's honestly taking a ridiculous amount of my self-control at the moment to not just reread that whole series and actually like read the books that are on my TBR and, you know, the books I want to read. But the Brown Sisters trilogy is just so good, and I'm so excited because Talia Hibbert's got another rom-com trilogy in the works. And the main character of the first one is one of the characters from Eve Brown, who I loved. So cannot wait for that. So excited. Read 44 pages, 20 pages off from your goal of reading 100 pages. Oh, you've got that. Oh, I didn't know it was that long. I thought it was like maybe 600-ish. But that's real chunky. Yeah, good luck with that. That's a seriously chunky book. Do I want to read it? I just don't know. I still need to read Aqua War, and you've all heard me talk about this a million times probably. But I still need to read Aqua War, and I keep meaning to. I was gonna try and cram it into March. There's no way it's fitting in my March TBR. It's unlikely to fit into April just because of a couple of videos I want to do that have got my TBR looking horrendous for April already. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, rereads would be fab, honestly, and those would be the perfect books for it. However, I just have so many books I need to get through in the next couple months. I don't feel like I have the capacity for rereads, except The Strange Dreamer, because obviously I'm rereading that next month. But I don't feel like I have the space or time for rereads at the moment, which is kind of sad because I do enjoy rereads, but it is what it is. I have a lot on and a lot of books I want to get to and a lot of videos I want to make that require specific books. So it's just the reality of that situation, but that's okay. Yeah, I've said it so many times, but I'm so excited for Bookopoly, Bookoplathon, whatever you want to call it. I cannot wait. I'm so hyped. I just know it's going to be such a good weekend. And I've got the day before off, where I'll probably be doing lots of filming. Then I've got the day off after as well, so that I can recover and probably do more filming and editing. But yeah, I'm very excited. Had City of Brass on my Kindle for years, never read it before. Finally had incentive because I'm doing an Animal Companions and Mythological Creatures readathon, and it's on the list of suggestions. Yeah, I don't remember there being animals in City of Brass. That seems like I mean, I read it last year, like almost a year ago now. I don't remember that. No, I need to continue with that series. I read City of Brass and I really enjoyed it. I found it quite difficult to get through. The beginning, I was like, oh my God, it's definitely a 5-star read. By the end, it wasn't. I didn't like the second half nearly as much as like right at the beginning, but it was good. I'm just very scared of the sequel because I don't always do well with politics. It's gonna sound weird. I like social politics. So like the politics you can have in like a friendship group, like that kind of almost political feel I love, but actual politics I kind of don't care for. So I've heard the second book is extremely political and it's made me really freaking scared to read it. So I haven't picked up Kingdom of Copper yet. But yeah. Is there a bird? This is the thing. I know I'm going to have to reread City of Brass to read Kingdom of Copper because I don't remember it well enough. Okay, yeah. Apparently there is. I don't remember this at all. I have the memory of a sieve. Now watching Puss in Boots. Very nice. I really enjoyed that, I seem to remember. I just love Antonio Banderas as Puss. He's great. I adore politics. A lot of people do. A lot of people absolutely love politics and fantasy books. But it's difficult. I feel like there's been quite a few fantasy books where people say like, oh, they're really political. And I don't find that and I really enjoy them. But something about Kingdom of Copper, I just feel like I'm not going to love. Just judging by the bits of City of Brass that I didn't enjoy, I have a sneaking suspicion I may not like Kingdom of Copper, but we'll see when I finally get around to it. It's very briefly a bird creature. Oh yeah, I guess you could go with this one as well. Just count the Jinn themselves as mythological creatures. It feels weird calling them creatures because they're basically human. But yeah, I adore Puss. It's good fun. It's good fun. I don't know what this is in response to. I don't know. The comments are so delayed. I never know what exactly when I'm just rambling. I don't know which part that was in response to. If you want to clarify, I'd love to know though, because like, love that you agree with me. I don't know what about, because I just did a lot of rambling about political fantasy. Should I read it? Oh, I don't know whether it's like everyone, it's like one of their favorite series and they race through it and absolutely love it. And like Laini Taylor blurbed it. So I feel like I should love it, but I don't know if it's going to be for me. I feel like book 1 is for me and I feel like book 3 is for me. I feel like book 2 may not be. Is it worth reading book 2 for the sake of the rest of them? I do not know. I don't know. I'll ask this with a bit of actual time this time. Are we happy to continue on with the whole 25 to 10 thing? So like a 45-minute sprint and then a 15-minute chat. Is that working? Works for me. 45 minutes should give me enough time to get to like close enough to the end of this that I should then be able to finish this in the 3rd sprint. This is the 3rd sprint. I should be able to finish this and do some of my audiobook in the final sprint, which is good. So it works for me. Kingdom of Copper is where I feel like a lot of series, but I like political fantasy. Yeah, I don't know how much I've read that actually counts as political fantasy, because I feel like I've not heard that term used until quite recently. So I may well have read books that have political stuff and I might enjoy it, but I don't know and I'm nervous. I think I agree with this. If there's like a bit of intrigue, I'm down. If it's everything, then it's a bit too much. Don't think I mean, just enjoy it. I was saying this to Chris the other day, like if you're enjoying watching films at the moment and you don't want to read, don't stress about the fact you don't want to read. Like take the positive of like you're loving films and that's great and you're having a great time reading films. That's not a bad thing. That's an exciting thing. You're enjoying doing something new, or like probably not new. I'm sure you've watched films before, but like new as like a significant hobby, I guess. Just make the most of that. That's good fun. Enjoy it. Like, go ham. Why not? 1.2. Haven't read the third yet, so I can't say if it's better. Works for me. Perfect. Thank you for replying to my question. You've got this stuff. I believe in you. Do I know what you're even reading? Because you finished a COSF. Let me know what you're reading, stuff. I'm sure you've already said in these sprints, but I just don't remember. Oh, Chloe, I'm so sorry you're not feeling well. Yeah, go have some rest. Get an early night, assuming you're in my time zone. I think you are. Go have a rest either way, and yeah, just chill. Fantasy romance, yes. Political fantasy is hit or miss. Yeah, I need more fantasy romance. I've only read a couple. I don't want to read so many more. I have not, but I have recently. I've only heard this book for the first time quite recently. But like, I'm intrigued because I've heard about it a lot. There's David Bad 2.5. I didn't know there was like a novella or anything. Interesting. Yeah, I get that. It can be stressful. Yeah, understandable. If you love political fantasy, Tethered Mage. I've never heard of it, but it's a good recommendation. I knew this. I absolutely fully knew this. And what do you mean you ranted in the last sprint? What you on about? What you on about? How did I just fully forget that you were reading that? Don't know why I'd forgotten that. Yeah, we know. What book got me into fantasy? Ooh, good question. Do I even know? Basically, my reading journey started with Before I Fall with Lauren Oliver and then Blood Ties by Sophie Mackenzie were like the two books I remember being given for Christmas when I massively got into reading. Very quickly fell into John Green. And then my big thing was dystopia. My big thing still is dystopia. So Divergent, Hunger Games, Matched. I freaking loved the Matched trilogy. I'm kind of considering rereading it this year, honestly. Is it trashy? Yes. Do I love it? Yes. So that was my big thing. And then I kind of started getting into more fantasy, I think through the House of Night series by PC and Kristen Cast, because that's vampires. It's still urban fantasy, but it's a bit more fantasy-y. Trying to think what the first like true fantasy I read was. Possibly the Switched series by Amanda Hocking. And even that's questionable. It's kind of still urban fantasy, but you very much go to like a fantasy world where there's like Trill and Fae, I think. And then I guess it was from there I got more into fantasy, but I feel like I didn't ever read fantasy. Like it was always urban fantasy, occasionally portal fantasy or dystopia. Those were very much what I read until I got back into reading like 3 years ago. And I would say the first full, like a lot of paranormal stuff I used to read as well. And then the full fantasy I got into was Grisha, I think. Grishaverse and Six of Crows, which I only read because they're very hyped. And then I got into like more high fantasy stuff. But even to this day, I will read a full fantasy, but urban fantasy is still my jam. If it's a real world setting with fantasy elements or portal fantasy where they go to a complete fantasy world, love it. But I like it having a real world basis. Just enjoy it. Get a glass of rosé. Oh my God, I'm dying. My work, we're having a social next week, which was like a wine tasting game. And so you had to fill in this form of like what alcohol basically you wanted them to send you, or obviously you could say not alcohol, please send me this kind of drink. And so I chose rosé, and I thought they'd send it like next week. But it arrived today, and I'm not allowed to open it until next Wednesday, and I am sad. I really wanted that tonight. I'm very sad. Ah, nice. That's cool. I like when authors do that, where it's a pre-order perk, and then like a while later they make it available to people, because like if you find the series later, it's really frustrating. I never read Morganville Vampires. I'm intrigued. Which series? I want to know now. I can't understand disliking dystopia. It's just, it has my whole heart. I think I've mentioned this in videos before, anything that gets me thinking, especially about society and societal norms and the way society is built. So that's why dystopia is my big thing, I think, because it's basically like, okay, it's like a theoretical thought experiment. So if we changed this small part of society and made it bad, what would happen? And I think that's why post-apocalyptic things don't get me as much. I do sometimes still like them. Occasionally, if they're like a real thinking into why the society then acts different after that event. But what I really like is when one small or significant aspect is just switched, and then it's like an assessment of what the world would be like if that happened. I find it really, really interesting. And I especially enjoy them when like technology is still progressing and our world is still the same. Again, I don't mind if you're in like a completely different format, like Divergent is very different, but still dystopian, whereas something like Docile is very much our world with a few extra technologies. That's more my jam. Anyway, I've run over because you got me talking about dystopian. I'm going to look this up at some point though, I'm intrigued. So it's time, I mean, it was time a minute ago to sprint. So let's do that. I'll try and actually read in this one instead of cooking. I will see you all back here in 45 minutes. Bye. Hello. How did everyone do? I see there is a Christy who has appeared. Hello. How did everyone get on? How many pages do people read? How's it going? I got to page 123 out of 149, so I'm very nearly done. Yeah, I've got 26 pages left, so I'll definitely get that done in the next sprint, and then I can move back to my audiobook and do some more bookmark designing for you guys. How much have I left? I've still got like an hour left of my audiobook almost, so I still won't get through it, but I'll get nearly done with it, so that's fine. So I need to finish it tomorrow, so that's absolutely fine. Waiting for comments to come through to see how you all did. I bet StreamYard's going to jump in a second. So that's what it always does. Yeah, I'm really happy with getting through all of this tonight. I'm really enjoying it, actually. There we go. There's all the comments. I'm really enjoying it. It's really interesting. I'm very, very intrigued to continue the series. I only own the first one, but super intrigued to at some point get the others and try them because I'm really enjoying it. It's really, really fascinating. Another 40 pages, now 200 pages in and loving life. Very nice. Another 25 pages. Oh, you're getting through that. You'll get that done really soon. Oh, I just answered this. There you go. That's how I'm enjoying it. 21 pages. Very nice. Read nothing. Did fun stuff like giving the dog worming tablets. Oh, that sounds great. I have appeared. Nothing read. Oh, cuddling the bunny isn't going to start Tunes of Gods and Monsters in the next sprint. You are not ready. I hope you have a good time. Read about 15 pages, did some chores. Nice. 26 pages. Got distracted by the news. Understandable. The news is definitely a wormhole that is easy to fall down. Really enjoying All Systems Red. I'm listening to the audiobook. Oh, nice. We're reading the same book at the same time. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it too. I think I just mentioned. I'm really intrigued by it. It feels very different to most novellas because all the other novellas I've read have either been standalones or the first in a series, but the books are very much companions. So like the Wayward Children series. So it's still a standalone story, even if there's then going to be things set with a similar premise. Whereas this reads like the beginning of the series. The thing I'm really finding with this, which I don't mind at all, but it feels like a slightly more contained version, but basically like the start of a long book instead of a short book. I'm really intrigued to see what happens in the next 30 pages, 26 pages, to see if it wraps up quite nicely as its own thing or whether it very much will lead on to the second book. I'm really intrigued to see how that's done. Hello, Erin. I think we're going to have like one more sprint, so we still got another sprint to go. How have you planned to do Patreon sprints? That is a very good question. I am guaranteeing, I've explained this on my Patreon, don't know if people have seen it. I'm guaranteeing to do sprints at least twice a month, which I realize isn't that much, but that's my guarantee. It'll be happening twice a month with a hope to doing more than that, be that because I team up with people who have Patreons or other people, like Spoops and I might do some that'll be open to both our patrons. And then like, I don't know how often that'll happen. Just like if anyone ever messages me like, hey, do you want to come on sprints? I'll be like, yeah, sure. Can I open it to my patrons? So hopefully some of those as well with some friends. I might get friends on just my ones as well. So yeah, at least twice a month. I'm not making guarantees past that simply because if I like said I'm doing it every week, it's quite a lot with the hours I work and I don't want to do that and then not deliver it. I prefer to tell you I'm doing it twice a month and then woohoo, we're doing 4 this month, than the other way around. But I can guarantee there will almost certainly not be any next week. I'm not planning to host any next week. If Steph or Jade or someone like that is hosting some next week and asks me to go on them, I might, but I won't. And there will also, I was going to say this, there will also not be Sunday sprints next week. There are this Sunday with Jade and Becca and someone else who I'm working out who. But there won't be next Sunday because Bookopathon is the full 48 hours. So I won't obviously be doing my Sunday sprints. But yeah, this is one of the reasons I don't want to do too many because I already sprint for 8 hours every Sunday. So don't want to sign up for too much and burn out. exactly this. Working through the Wayward Children series on audiobook. Out of order, I think the latest one should suit the current readathon I'm doing. Yes, it absolutely will. It has kelpies, it has centaurs, it has unicorns, many, 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 many magical creatures. I think it was magical creatures you were looking for, fantastical creatures. So yes, 100%. And it has normal horses as well for just animals. I'm intrigued to know what order you've read them in, because they do definitely work out of order. But I'm always intrigued to know what order people have done them in, because I would still say reading them in order is the best, just because I like how it alternates between one set in our world, one set in one of the portal worlds, but they do work very well out of order. There are certain ones you need to read before others, so like books, this is testing my knowledge, book 5 won't make sense without book 2 and book 1. So like, trying to do it without spoiling. Book 1, you meet some characters. You see those characters' backstories in book 2. And then in book 5, you follow on from book 1, but without the backstory of book 2, it wouldn't make sense. So like those ones need to go in that order. Book 3 requires you having read book 1. But that makes sense because 1, 3, 5 are the ones set in our world. And so that's like a continuous story, kind of. So it makes sense that you need to read those chronologically almost. And then book 4 you could read as a complete standalone, but ties into book 1. And book 6 is a complete standalone. Doesn't tie into anything thus far, and has been said by Sean Maguire as a really good jumping on point for the series. If you've not read any and you want to start, that's definitely a good starting point. So would recommend that. And I really, really, really enjoyed book 6. I just read it this week and I thought it was really, really good. I don't know if there's no comments coming through because they're being slow or what, but I have no comments coming through. Oh, there we go, there's one. So far I read 2, 1, 3, briefly started 4, then started to leave and skip to the latest. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. Yes, this is the thing. Publication order is the easiest. It flows really nicely in pub order. It's just, it can be read in other orders, and I know way too much about the series, so I can quite easily explain what orders do work should people want to read them, but pub order is easiest for sure. I think it's like with Cassie Clare, everyone always goes on about like the million different ways you can read them, and I'm sure that's great. If I ever get around to it, I'm just reading them all in the order they came out because I don't have the brain power to do anything more complex than that. It's just not a thing I'm capable of. I can't do it. Yeah. What was I going to say? I don't know. My brain is starting to switch off for the night because it's 20 past 10, but we will do one more sprint. In about 5 minutes, we'll do one more 45-minute sprint, and then I'll chat for a little bit, and then we will wrap up. That's good to know. I've not listened to anything on audio because I don't do audiobooks. I agree with this so much, that they all look super cute together. I love all the mini hardbacks, but I also just think that you weren't here at the beginning, Christy, these were like the stack of books I was getting everyone to choose between to pick what I was reading. And like even this, like look at this, so tiny. It's the fact that I'm reading like 8 books this week and I can hold them all in one hand. I find immensely satisfying. I agree. I like cute mini books. Small books, especially small hardbacks, are just adorable and I love it. Yeah. Novellas are really interesting. I'm having a really, really interesting week because I'm reading so many books of a very similar format, yet having a big variety of feelings about them, more varied than I expected. And I feel like that's going to continue with the 4 I have left because these are all quite different tone. I get the impression that Salt and Fortune and Fireheart Tiger might be kind of similar in tone to each other, but then Silver in the Wood's going to be completely different because that's like almost gothic, kind of, it feels like. And then this is like urban fantasy, so I'm absolutely down for that. Oh my god, yes, I love short books. Me too, and so I'm reading 8 of them this week. Dogs are nutty. Yeah, I think with this, it's an interesting one. I saw Tor do a Q&A recently, and someone asked, like, why do you publish some of your books in hardback and some in paperback? So, like, The Way With Children come out in hardback. I've got a couple other Tor novellas which are hardback, but then, like, all of these ones came straight out in paperback and never had hardbacks. And I don't think there's much reason to it, honestly. With The Wayward Children's, though, I don't know. Maybe one day they will do paperback, but until the series is complete, they won't. Because imagine how frustrating that would be to like want to buy book 7 and all the rest are in paperback and the new one's only in hardback. Like, it's just a pain. So I'm sure they'll probably wait at least until the whole series is out. Though I imagine they probably won't change the editions. I don't know. But I think there's meant to be like at least 10 Wayward Children's. I think it was originally meant to be 7, but I get the impression it may have expanded since then because it doesn't feel like we're ready for the last one, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, yeah, I do it anyway, but I do kind of agree with this. Every time I'm like, I'm gonna read this book in 2.5 hours, and I'm paying 12 quid for it. But then again, I'd pay 12 quid to go see a film, which is 2 and a bit hours. So, not that different. But yes, tour novellas are very expensive. Like, they're really, really expensive, and they are really, 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 really short. But they're brilliant, so I don't mind it. And what's this? No, I did a box of all the books in paperback. See, this is what's weird though, because Murderbot, they've done the other way. I had the first one in paperback, and I'm debating getting the box set because the box set is hardbacks. Which, what? I don't know. I find it really odd. And yeah, this makes sense. I'm sure I've mentioned a million times, I struggle to engage with ebooks quite often. It's one of the reasons I don't request e-arcs. I do very occasionally request and get e-arcs. So, like, I've got a couple I've read this year. I've got a couple outstanding, which I need to read. So, one that I don't remember requesting, but I got approved for. So, apparently, I requested that probably like 6 months ago. But it's fine. I want to read it. So it's cool. But yeah, I struggle with ebooks to engage with them in the same way. For novellas and like romance books, I find it fine because they're quick and I can get through them. If it's anything longer or more dense, I try everything I can to avoid it. The exception being I read The Once and Future Witches on ebook last year and still loved it, but I'm dying to reread it in physical format at some point. I agree with this. I one day want to have like a whole shelf of Tor novellas, but like, how many is it going to take to fill a shelf? 8 of them fit in one hand. I probably need like 50. And that's a hell of a lot of money. But yeah, I don't know. I like them. Cool. So it is 25 past. So it is probably time to start our final sprint. I'll just get the timer back up. There we go. Yeah, let's do it. Final sprint. Let's all do what we can, /nap, whatever the hell we want to do, because it's getting late. This is an option. I'll just get a really small shelf. I will see you all in 45 minutes. Hello everyone. How did we do in the final sprint? I finished this. I very much enjoyed it. I am so intrigued to pick up the sequel at some point. As I said, I don't own it, but definitely continuing with that series. And I didn't listen to very much of my audiobook. Yeah, I just didn't. It's a lot of brain power required for that audiobook, and I'm getting quite tired, so wasn't really feeling it tonight. Yeah. Sorry, I've just lost the ability to talk. I'm being distracted by my phone. I'm tired. Yeah, how did everyone do? I was also doing bookmark designs for Patreon, which was good fun. I'm getting excited about them. The problem is I've just designed one for June, which isn't very helpful because I need one for like soon. Full narrative for Wayward Children books. Oh, I wish there'd be that many. 90% of the way. Nice. That's a chunky book. Another 25 pages. We're 22 pages and distracted by my doggo. Understandable. Read a couple chapters. The one thing I will say is you're not meant to know if you realize it is everyone I know who read that book messaged me like, have I forgotten who this character is? I was like, no, you're not meant to know, don't worry, you're fine. We tend to chat, so finish 5 minutes early. Nice. I don't know, I hit a wall. I'm tired. It's one of those days. It's not even late. I should not be this tired at this time. I'm glad you all have had a very productive evening though. From what I've seen, everyone's done really, really, really well. I'm amazed. I thought theoretically I could get through all of this in these sprints and then also a bit of like other stuff because it's 150 pages. I know I can read 150 pages in a few hours, but I wasn't sure. But I did. I'm quite happy with that, meaning I've only got these left to read. I have 3 days and 4 books though, and I need to edit the video for Monday, so we'll see how that goes, but I'll get as many done as I can. This is a mood. This is what I'm going to be doing in about 5-10 minutes. As Christy says, go sleep, which is exactly what I'm going to do. So on that note, I realize we've only had an extremely short chat at the end. I do apologize. I think it is probably time to call it a night. So thank you all so much for coming to the first ever Patreon sprints. And also thank you for being here. As in like being a patron, that's nuts to me. So thank you so much. I'm just going to interrupt our ending to answer this. I haven't done a video. I considered doing it before and then realized, although I always go on about how much I love novellas, I've only read I've read 6 Wayward Children once now, but I'd read 5 Wayward Children, maybe like 4 or 5 others. I hadn't read that many because there's not that many out there, but I will probably do a video like that after having read these 8 because then I'll have like quite a lot to pick from. Hopefully, we'll see. Thank you. It's terrifying doing by myself, I must admit, but it's good fun. So yes, thank you so much for being here. Thank you all for joining. I had a great night. I hope you all did too. Well done, all of you, for getting so much done. And I'm sure I will speak to you all soon in the Discord, probably, because I'm chatty and whenever I want to talk to people, I just go in the Discord and annoy you all. So bye. I will speak to you all.